One and all. So today we'll be starting with cash flow statement. The treatment of cash flow statement is recommended by Accounting Standard 3. So all the things that we'll be doing in this particular chapter is dictated by Accounting Standard 3. I think in the previous session we already saw the importance of the accounting standards, why they are there, basically what. Basically every standard covers only 4 things: recognition, measurement, presentation, disclosure. Okay, so now we'll start with a particular standard called Accounting Standard 3. This is something which we might have done, right? Somewhere in our BCom, probably. Yes, somewhere we have done, no? Okay, so what does cash flow statement mean according to you, sir? What does cash flow statement, the word cash flow statement, mean to you?
A statement which shows inflow and outflow.
A statement which shows inflows and outflows and cash. Perfectly put. Cash flow statement is simply a statement. It's not a ledger account or anything. It is simply a statement which just captures 2 information: cash coming in to the organization and cash going out of the organization. That's all. This inflow and outflow of cash, we put it in a particular statement, and that particular statement is being named as, or is being called as, cash flow statement. So don't be misled by the term cash. The cash here means cash and cash equivalents. This statement doesn't capture only cash coming in and cash going out. It captures cash and cash equivalents coming in and cash and equivalents going out. So in this topic, probably we need to learn something known as extra component, known as what is this cash equivalent. Okay, not much of a theory over here. Okay, more or less it's a practical oriented standard. Again, the scope is pretty vast. You can expect even a 1 marker question from this topic. We have such adjustments also. If you want, even a 20 marker question also can get asked directly. That wala questions are also there. So that means the length of this particular chapter is quite on the higher side. It has a broad range. How many marks it generally comes for is around 10 to 12 marks is what we see. But this time around, due to the new pattern where it fits in, we'll see. Okay, for that is not our headache. Our headache is what now? To learn the topics, whatever it is. How it's going to get asked and all is our job. Our job is just to write and clear the examination. So we'll focus more towards the learning. And at the end, I'll see if Institute has given any guidance with respect to the marking, the weightage of each chapter. It was there for the old syllabus. For the new syllabus, the way I've seen, it is not yet released. If it is released, I'll share the document with you. Even for the recorded guys, I'll put it up on the app itself if it comes. Otherwise, let's wait. I think normally maybe by February, you can expect notification from the Institute in this regard. Before that, if it comes, I'll let you know. For now, don't focus too much on the marks as such. Okay, sir. So coming back to the topic, cash flow statement. So the cash here refers to, for this particular accounting AS3 perspective, cash here refers to both cash in hand as well as cash at bank. Cash here refers to cash in hand as well as cash at bank. That's your cash. Pretty self-explanatory. So if you have money in your savings bank account or anything on your current thing, then cash equivalent is investment. Not cash, but it is almost equal. Aspect is what? What the hell is this? Cash will be considered as what, sir? Cash for AS3 purpose. That will be considered bank. That's your cash. Pretty self-explanatory. So if you have money in your savings bank account or anything on your current account, etc., even that will be considered as what, sir? Cash for AS3 purpose. Done? Okay. The next aspect is what? What the hell is this? Cash equivalent. So name itself is saying cash equivalent. So it is not cash, but it is almost equal to cash. Sir, cash equivalent simply means it's an investment. What did I say? Cash equivalent is investment. It should be a highly liquid investment. A highly liquid investment. Maybe it's no need to write down. It's given. I'm just writing it down for the sake of explanation. A highly liquid investment with a maturity period of less than 3 months. Meaning if you buy it today, you should sell off or you should dispose of this investment within 3 months. That is the first characteristic of what? Cash equivalent. One, it should be highly liquid with a maturity term of less than 3 months, and it should be readily convertible into known amounts of cash. Readily convertible into known amount of cash, meaning if you sell this investment, approximately how much cash you're going to get, no? You should be able to find out that. Not with precision, you should be able to approximate it. So it should be readily convertible into known amounts of cash, meaning how much, when you sell, how much money you're going to receive, you should be able to find. And 3, it should have insignificant value change risk. It should have insignificant value change risk, meaning its value should not fluctuate too much. Its value should not fluctuate too much. Sir, I'll give you I'll give you a scenario. You tell me whether that investment is cash equivalent or not. I purchased Wipro ka shares. I purchased Wipro ka equity shares. I purchased it today. I want to sell it in the next 2 months. I want to hold it only for 2 months. Is Wipro ka shares, for me it's an investment. For me, that's an investment. Is that investment a cash equivalent for AS3 purpose? Read this once again and everyone answer. Is it a cash equivalent or not a cash equivalent? Not a cash equivalent. Why? Sir, though the maturity term is less than 3 months, what criteria it is failing is insignificant value change risk. Sir, if I buy some company ka equity shares, after 1 week or 1 month, its value could be up by 20% or it could also be down by 20-30% also. That means the value change risk is small or it's quite big. Right. For you to call a component as a cash equivalent, that value change risk should not be significant, meaning it should not fluctuate too much. But equity shares, by default, its value fluctuates too much. That's the reason equity investments, we don't categorize it as a cash equivalent. Same goes for your cryptocurrency. If you are investing in any cryptocurrency, that is even BAP, no? Yes, correct. Equity though at least is reasonable. Crypto can one day only can go 20-30% up. One day also full Diwali. Yeah, that can also happen. Right. So an investment which value fluctuates too much is not considered as cash and cash equivalent. So that means which investment can be cash equivalent, sir? Bill of exchange, you could treat it. Or normally what we invest is, we normally don't invest in bill of exchange, and banks do that. That's all. Now, as a normal, you and I don't invest in bill of exchange, right? We can buy government ka bonds, RBI ka bonds, central government ka bonds, etc., etc. Can you buy? That value fluctuates too much, sir, or it is pretty stable? Stable. So those investments, you can treat it as what? Cash equivalent for AS3 perspective. So now we understood totally what is cash and what is cash and cash equivalent, everybody? No problem. Mutual funds are also no, because equity mutual funds are no. Debt mutual funds could be, because equity mutual funds fluctuate too much in value, so we don't consider it as like that. ETF also, exchange traded funds, ETF, anything related to shares is not considered as a cash and cash equivalent. If you are investing in debt instruments, could be considered. Okay, let's go one step back again, sir. What is the topic name? Cash flow statement. It is backed by which accounting standard? Accounting standard 3. So this covers only cash coming in or cash and cash equivalent also. It captures the inflow and outflow of cash as well as cash equivalents. Cash, we know, cash for this purpose means cash in hand as well as cash at bank. Cash equivalent for this purpose means what? Those investments, it should be highly liquid. One is maturity should be less than 3 months. Meaning if you buy it today, you should sell it off within 3 months. Next, it should be readily convertible into known amounts of cash. Meaning by selling it, how much value you're going to get, you should be able to approximate it. Third one, its value should not change too much or significant. That's all. Yeah. We generally don't invest in any bill receivable and all. Banks do that. Forget about that now. Yes. So can I come back to this, people? Sir, this inflow and outflow of cash, no, sir, we capture under 3 categories or 3 buckets. This inflow and outflow we capture under three buckets. Those buckets or headers are cash flow from operating activity, cash flow from investing activity, cash flow from financing activity. That's all. We capture this information under three buckets: operating, investing, and finance. That's all you have to do here. This is a very, very simple topic if you ask me. It could go a little lengthy, but if you are someone who's going to mug up, no, then cash flow could be your nightmare, worst nightmare. Because in some adjustments we'll be adding, we'll be subtracting, some adjustments we'll be ignoring, etc., etc. If you understand it, cash flow statement is not literally child's play. Because 90% of the answer is there in the question itself. Some few components will be missing, which we may have to put up a ledger and find it out. It could be lengthy, but as far as the complexity goes, it is pretty less. That's what I feel. But let's do a few problems and then you can tell me how good or bad you're feeling about this particular topic. Okay. So now, sir, first bucket. What is the first bucket or header I told? Cash flow from operating activities. Sir, name itself is saying operating activities. What is the operating cash flow? Can you give me some examples of operating cash flow? What does any business do? First, tell me that maybe. Main activities of any business is what? Purchase the goods and sell the goods. Relating to those, can you think of any cash information? One, purchase, cash purchase. Cash purchase is an example of operating cash flow. Is it necessary? It has to be a cash purchase, or it could also be a credit purchase? Credit purchase also. Can you purchase on credit and forget about it, or you have to pay the creditors? So payment made to creditors is part of your operating cash flow. So cash purchase, cash paid to creditors. The opposite is what? Cash sales and cash received from debtors. An example of operating cash flow. Yes. Electricity paid, rent paid, your expenses paid, employee ka salary paid, all that are part of your operation. Anything that is part of your operation through which you are getting some cash or you are paying some cash comes under operating cash flow. Is this okay, sir? Lot of examples, one by one we'll see. I'm just discussing a few things with you to get started with the problems. So far, all of us are good or on the same page? Yes, so this is an example of operating cash flow. What is the second bucket, sir? Cash flow from investing activity. So you think, where and all can you invest within the organization? Not outside. Where and all can you invest? Within the organization. Look around you and tell. Perfect. An organization to survive or to run their operation, they need fixed assets. We don't call it as fixed asset anymore. We call them as property, plant and equipment. So PP purchased is what activity? Is an investing activity. You will only purchase or you could also sell it. Some assets, if it gets worn out, we may have to sell it and replace it with a new one. So PP purchased is an investing activity. Similarly, fixed asset or PP sold is also investing activity. I'm just giving you some example of investing cash flows. Then you can only buy PP or can you also purchase intangible assets? So intangible assets like your patents, license, etc., whatever you purchased. Intangible asset purchased, intangible asset sold is an example of again investing cash flows. Okay. Now this is the investment within the organization. If you have surplus money, what you will do? Plant and equipment. So cash flow from investing activity under operating salary paid. Is this okay, sir? Lot of examples, one by one we'll see. I'm just discussing a few things with you to get started with the problems. So far, all of us are good or on the same page? Yes, so this is an example of operating cash flow. What is the second bucket, sir? Cash flow from investing activity. So you think, where and all can you invest within the organization? Not outside. Where and all can you invest? Within the organization. Look around you and tell. Perfect. An organization to survive or to run their operation, they need fixed assets. We don't call it as fixed asset anymore. We call them as property, plant and equipment. So PP purchased is what activity? Is an investing activity. You will only purchase or you could also sell it. Some assets, if it gets worn out, we may have to sell it and replace it with a new one. So PP purchased is an investing activity. Similarly, fixed asset or PP sold is also investing activity. I'm just giving you some example of investing cash flows. Then you can only buy PP, or can you also purchase intangible assets? So intangible assets like your patents, license, etc., whatever you purchased. Intangible asset purchased, intangible asset sold is an example of, again, investing cash flows. Okay. Now this is the investment within the organization. If you have surplus money, what you will do? Invest outside, that is, you will buy some other company ka shares, or you can buy some other company ka equity shares or preference shares or debentures. So investment in other company ka equity shares, preference shares, debentures is an example of what activity? Investing activity. Just you will buy and forget, or you may also sell them. So sale of such investment in equity shares of another company is also a investing activity. It's as you do. Invest outside, that is, you will buy some other company ka shares, or you can buy some other company ka equity shares or hey, examples one by one we'll see. I'm just giving the same what assets and it's worn out. So sale of such in, suppose you buy some other company ka debentures. So sale of such investment in equity shares of another company is also a invest. So invest buy some other company ka purchased, intangible asset sold is an example of, again, investing cash flows. Okay. Now this is the investment within the organization. If you have surplus money, what you will do? Investment within the organization. If you have surplus money, what you will do? Invest outside, that is, you will buy some other company ka shares, or you can buy. This is the investment within the organization. If you have surplus money, what? Intangible asset sold is an example of, again, buy PP, or can you also purchase intangible assets? So intangible assets like your patents, license, etc., whatever you purchased. Intangible asset purchased, intangible asset sold is an example of, again, investing cash flows. Okay. Now this is the investment within the organization. If you have surplus money, what you will do? Invest outside, that is, you will buy some other company ka shares, or you can buy some other company ka equity shares or preference shares or debentures. So investment in other company ka equity shares, preference shares, debentures is an example of what activity? Investing activity. Just you will buy and forget, or you may also sell them. So sale of such investment in equity shares of another company is also a investing activity. So if you buy some other company ka equity shares or preference shares, what are you going to receive periodically? Dividend. So dividend received is an example of what activity? If investment purchased is an investing activity, means the dividend received on such investment also is an investing activity. Suppose you buy some other company ka debentures, then are you going to get dividend or are you going to receive interest? So if debenture purchased as an investment, as an investing activity, means the interest received on such instrument is also investing activity. These are quickly some example. Again, quickly, what is that? PP purchased, PP sold. Intangible asset purchased, intangible asset sold. Investment purchased, investment sold. Interest received, dividend received. These are some common examples. I'm not giving you an exhaustive list. I'm just giving you one indicative list. You may get more examples also in the problem, but these are some things which you probably see in almost every problems. So investing bucket is done. What is the third bucket, sir? Cash flow from financing activity. No need to write down anything. This whole chapter we're going to be doing this soon. Just listen. That's good enough. And then we will dive into the problems. The third header is cash flow from financing activity. Sir, think where and all can a company raise its finance? Or how and all can a company raise its finance? Issue of shares. Company, if they need money, they may issue equity shares. So issue of equity shares is what activity? Financing activity. Can you just issue them or can you also buy them back? So the issue of equity shares is finance activity, means buyback of equity shares is also financing activity. That's all? No, you can also issue preference shares. So issue of preference shares is also financing activity. Can you just issue or can you also cancel them? Cancel them. Cancellation of preference shares, we call it as what? What words do we use? Redemption. Redemption of preference shares is also financing activity. Or you can issue debentures and you can redeem debentures. That is also financing activity. Or you can take conventional bank loan. So bank loan taken, bank loan repaid. Again is an example of financing activity. Sir, if you have issued equity shares or preference shares, what is the company going to give to the shareholders? Dividend. So dividend paid is what activity? Financing activity. If issue of equity shares or preference shares is financing activity, the dividend paid on such the shareholders. Dividend. So dividend paid is what activity? Financing activity. If issue of equity shares or preference shares is financing activity, the dividend paid on such instrument is also financing activity. Sir, if you have taken a bank loan or if you have issued debentures, then what is the company expected to pay? Interest. So interest paid is also a financing activity. These are some things which we again normally encounter in most of the problems. That's all. Any doubt till here, anybody? Or can I proceed further? Don't worry about financial assets and all. That is not there in your CA intermediate. You learn it in India's 109 CA final. Good that you are able to, you have seen that somewhere, but not required at this level. In your financing activity. Sir, if you have taken a bank loan or if you have issued debentures, then what is the company expected to pay? Interest. So interest paid is also a financing activity. These are some things which we again normally encounter in most of the problems. That's all. Any doubt till here, anybody? Or can I proceed further? Don't worry about financial assets and all. That is not there in your CA intermediate. You learn it in India's 109 CA final. Good intermediate. You learn it in India. Don't worry about financial assets and all. That is not there in your CA intermediate. You learn it in India's 109 CA final. Good that you are able to, you have seen that somewhere, but not required at this level. Others ignore. You'll learn that next level. Okay. Can I move on to the next one, people? All right. Sir, what is the first bucket I told? First bucket is what? Operating cash flows. Yes. To find out operating cash flow, sir. So we have two methods. To find out operating cash flow, we have two methods. First is the direct method. Another one is the indirect method. This is not methods to prepare cash flow statement. This is method only to do what, sir? To find out OCF. OCF andre? Operating cash flow. To find operating cash flow, either you have a direct method or you have an indirect method. Financing cash flow and investing cash flow, there is no method. That is common. Only for the first bucket, we have the two methods. We'll work out problem relating to the direct method as well as we'll work out problems relating to indirect method also. First, we will go to the direct method, then we will dive into the indirect. And don't worry about the pointers. If you want here also, no, I think first 2-3 pages, you leave it blank. I'll give you some pointers, may not be immediately. Maybe for the direct method, you don't need some pointers. For indirect method, maybe you would require. So 3 to 4 pages, you can leave it blank. Okay. If at all I'm giving you some points, then I'll take. Not every chapter need not have some points. Only for few topics which are a little lengthy or which have a lot more concepts, I may dictate some pointers for you. All right. So can we dive into the first one? First sector is what, sir? To find out operating cash flow under direct method. Just give me 1 minute. Directly we'll go, or we'll learn this with the help of a question itself. Hang on, I'll tell you the question. Come to question number 4. We'll do something different today. We'll start with homework. Question number 3 is homework. A lot of similar questions are there. So as I told you, right, all the study material question I brought in, only those which are little different we'll solve. Those which are very, very repetitive, I will give it off as homework. You go through that. For now, we'll start with question number 4. We'll start with this. Sir, we are doing direct method. The name itself is saying direct method. Again, can you tell me, sir, can you tell me some of the examples of operating cash flows again? Operating cash flow ka? Cash purchases, cash paid to creditors, cash sales, cash received from debtors, expenses paid, all your operating expenses like salary, rent, etc., all those. Sir, if those information, if these cash flow information, if it is directly given to you in the question, if those information, creditors, cash purchases, cash paid to creditors, cash sales, cash received from debtors, expenses paid, all your operating expenses like salary, rent, etc., all those. Sir, if those information, if these cash flow information, if it is directly given to you in the question, if those informations are directly given, then we will use direct method. If those are missing, then we go for indirect method. So in some problems, they'll only mention direct method, indirect method. Some they may not mention. I'll tell you how to identify that also. One simple way now is what, sir? If these information, this operating cash flow, whatever we discuss now, if those informations are directly given to us in the question, we will go for direct method. Otherwise, indirect method. Your friend said indirect method bit tricky. Throw your friend out. Yeah. Don't worry about your friend. We'll worry about ourselves. Okay. Let today's session pass by. Then you let me know how it is, where we stand, etc., etc. Don't worry. We have enough number of questions. Again, I think 20 plus questions we are solving. Not required. Actually, cash flow statement, I can take you through one question, all adjustment. 2 hours ka problem. Okay, we can finish. 3 hours also we can do it. Okay, but it will not serve the purpose. Maybe we can try to do that on the last day. We can revise like that with the help of one problem. Okay, maybe we'll start little slow problems, man. Keep an open mind. It's a very easy topic if you ask me. Anyways, I'll leave the judgments to you. Perception and all is yours, no? Let me not interfere there. So come to question number 4, people. The following summary cash account has been extracted from the accounting record on there. Okay. Some cash information they've given. Sir, I will read out the information. You will guide me what sort of cash flow is this. If it is operating cash flow, say operating or type O. If it's investing cash flow, type I. If it is financing activity cash flow, type F. Okay. And one more thing, sir. Sir, accounts have debit side and credit side. A ledger account will have a debit side and credit side. Is a cash flow statement a ledger account or a statement? It's a statement. Correct? A statement will have debit or credit or only plus minuses. A statement will always only have a plus and a minus. So in cash flow statement, if you have inflows, no? If you have cash coming in, we denote it as a positive number, plus. If it's a cash going out, we denote it as a negative number. That's all. All right, people? Okay, if you want that also, you can type. If you think it's an operating cash flow minus, you can write O minus. Like, you can tell it out here. Okay, check this. Balance as on 1st March, and then they've given balance as on 31st March. I think we need to prepare cash flow statement only for 1 month. They've given 1 month data, maybe March month ka. If you just check, they've given 1st March ka opening balance and 31st March ka. So this is opening balance and the last line is the closing balance. So statement you can prepare for 1 day also, 1 month also, whatever it is. But statement is a true only for that particular date. If you prepare cash flow statement today, it is true only for today, like that. Okay. Or they give, okay, oh, I didn't see the years. No problem. Then they've given opening balance at the year beginning and closing balance at year. No problem. I thought opening 1 month ka data looks like it is 1 year data, someone told it is 20x1 here and it is 20x2 there. Maybe then there should be a typo. This should not be 1st March. It should have been 1st April. Okay. Mother body, let's ignore. Okay. All study material question. Okay. Receipt from customers. No problem, no problem. It's all right. Don't worry about the years. That is anyway not the mudda. Receipt from customers. Customer is our debtors. What sort of activity? Operating, investing or financing? Perfect. O minus or O plus? O plus. Great. You're not telling your blood group, no? Issue of share. Sir, issue of shares is a way of raising finance. Sir, when the company issues shares, they pay the money or they receive the money? So this is what? This is F plus sale of fixed asset. This company, you're not telling your blood, ignore. Okay, all study material question. Okay, receipt from customers. No problem, no problem. It's all right. Don't worry about the years. That is anyway not the mudda. Receipt from customers. Customer is our debtors. What sort of activity? Operating, investing or financing? Perfect. Receive the money. So this is what? This is F plus sale of fixed asset. Sir, fixed asset is an investment. Fixed asset purchased as well as fixed asset sold is what activity? It's an investing activity, and when you sell the asset, you will receive the money. So this is I plus. Perfect. Payment to suppliers. Suppliers is our creditors. Creditors are part of our day-to-day operations. So creditor ka payment is what? Operating activity, and cash is going out. So it is O minus. Awesome. Payments for property, plant and equipment. You purchased a PP. PP purchased and payment made is what activity? It's an investing activity, and cash is coming in or cash is going out? Cash is going out. So it is I minus. Payment of overheads. Sir, overheads is an indirect cost. They are also necessary for our operations. They are also necessary for our operations. This is nothing but your indirect cost. Maybe you'll learn more about this in your costing topic. This is also part of our operation. So anything creditor, so this is issue of shares is a way of raising finance. Sir, when the company issues shares, they pay the money or they receive the money? So this is what? This is F plus sale of fixed asset. Sir, fixed asset is an investment. Fixed asset purchased as well as fixed asset sold is what activity? It's an investing activity, and when you sell the asset, you will receive the money. So this is I plus. Perfect. Payment to suppliers. Suppliers is our creditors. Creditors are part of our day-to-day operations. So creditor ka payment is what? Operating activity, and cash is going out. So it is O minus. Awesome. Payments for property, plant and equipment. You purchased a PP. PP purchased and payment made is what activity? It's an investing activity, and cash is coming in or cash is going out? Cash is going out. So it is I minus. Payment of overheads. Sir, overheads is an indirect cost. They are also necessary for our operations. They are also necessary for our operations. This is nothing but your indirect cost. Maybe you'll learn more about this in your costing topic. This is also part of our operation. So anything which is part of our operations is what, sir? O, and cash is going out. So it is O minus. Wages and salary. Again, part of our operation. So O minus. Taxation. Taxation. Sir, tax could be anything. Tax paid could be either operating or investing or finance. Because you have already, tax is already over. You have studied business and profession also, you paid some tax, correct? You calculated. Even capital gains also had a different tax, yes? So tax, no sir, it depends. If they give you business and profession wala tax, you will consider it under operating activity. Meaning you show tax under operating activity. Suppose they told it's a capital gain tax, LTCG or STCG, long-term capital gain or short-term capital gain. You sold some asset and you are paying some LTCG. Then sale of asset is an investing activity. So tax paid on that also becomes short-term gain tax. Tax under operating activity. Suppose they told it's a capital gain tax, LTCG or STCG, long-term capital gain or short-term capital gain. You sold some asset and you are paying some LTCG. Then sale of asset is an investing activity. So tax paid on that also becomes investing activity. So tax could be anything. Check the information and accordingly decode. Okay. Like dividend paid is what activity? Dividend paid. Dividend you are paying because you have issued shares. So issue of shares is what activity? Financing activity. So dividend paid is also financing activity. On that dividend paid, if any tax is getting attracted, which we call it as a dividend distribution tax or corporate dividend tax. Since dividend paid is a financing activity, dividend distribution tax is also financing activity. These days it's removed. It's all right. It's abolished basically. It's not in the hands of receiver, but just say. But taxation could be anything. Sir, if they just give the word taxation in the problem, always put it under operating activity. Okay? Because the majorly the tax which you pay to the government will be related to your core operations. Hence, if they don't give any other extra information, we show tax under operating activity itself. Here, have they told any information? Looks like within the table, no. At least we'll read outside. If we get any information, we'll use that. Otherwise, we'll show it under operating activity itself. Great. So dividend, all these are payments. All these are payments. So dividend paid, this is okay. So dividend paid is what activity? A financing activity. So F minus. Lastly, repayment of bank loan. Sir, bank loan taken is a way of raising finance. Bank loan repaid is also a financing activity only. So this is also F minus. That's also. Prepare cash flow statement as on for the year ended 31st March in accordance with accounting standard 3. That's all. This information we have to, whatever we studied now, we have to put it under one statement. That's all. Such a nice problem, no? Don't expect all this in examination. Just the starting. So, okay. To start the topic, these are all there. Lollipop and all. Too much. This is too much lollipop. Very, very doubtful. Little bit adjustments they will give you. But nonetheless, can we do it? The company does not have any cash equivalent. They are only saying great. So on format, I will show it to you. Write down. I'll stick to the. What's the name of the company have they told? X. Hill. Okay. Cash flow statement. Cash flow statement of Hills Limited as on which date are we preparing? For as on 31st March 20x2. So there are multiple presentation approach. Some of them will have two amounts column. Some of them will have only particulars and amount. I'd like to stick to only one. Why they'll have two amounts column is one amount column they'll use for calculation. Another amount column, it's your outer amount or main amount column. I'll stick to this one only. I'll have only two columns, particulars and amount. If you want to change the presentation and have two amounts column also, it is absolutely all right. Can we start, people? Okay, first one, Roman letter 1. What is the first heading or first bucket? Cash flow from operating activities. Cash flow from operating activities. So the way you should solve cash flow statement problems in examination is, you should first have the format. Like operating cash flow, have that format. Leave 8 to 10 lines because generally operating cash flow is not one header which will have maximum adjustment. Okay, you can leave 8 to 10 lines. You can be a little Dharala Prabhu there. It's all right. Trees are anyway cut. So you can't adopt the go green approach there. And the CA paper ka generally, I think it's what 32 pages or something. I forgot about the number of this thing total. Okay, so chances of we using that paper answer sheet fully are also pretty less. Only few of them end up using it. They're handwriting, no? Little mota and a little lengthy. They end up probably using all the sheets. Additional sheets are pretty rare. Then cash flow. amount. I'd like to stick to only one. As on 31st March 20x2. So there are multiple presentation approach. Some of them will have two amounts column. Some of them will have only particulars and amount. I'd like to stick to only one. Why they'll have two amounts column is one amount column they'll use for calculation. Another amount column, it's your outer amount or main amount column. Or as on 31st March 20x2. So there are multiple presentation approach. Some of them will have two amounts column. Some of them will have only particulars and amount. I'd like to stick to only one. Why they'll have two amounts column is one amount column they'll use for calculation. Another amount column, it's your outer amount or main amount column. I'll stick to this one only. I'll have only two columns, particulars and amount. If you want to change the presentation and have two amounts column also, it is absolutely all right. Can we start, people? Okay, first one, Roman letter 1. What is the first heading or first bucket? Cash flow from operating activities. Cash flow from operating activities. So the way you should solve cash flow statement problems in examination is, you should first have the format, like operating cash flow, have that format. Leave 8 to 10 lines, because generally operating cash flow is not one header which will have maximum adjustment. Okay, you can leave 8 to 10 lines. You can be a little Dharala Prabhu there. It's all right. Trees are anyway cut. So you can't adopt the go green approach there. And the CA paper ka generally, I think it's what 32 page go Prabhu there. Flow from operating activities. Cash flow from operating activities. So the way you should solve cash flow statement problems in examination is, you should first have the format, like operating cash flow, have that format. Leave 8 to 10 lines, because generally operating cash flow is not one header which will have maximum adjustment. Okay, you can leave 8 to 10 lines. You can be a little Dharala Prabhu there. It's all right. Trees are anyway cut. So you can't adopt the go green approach there. And the CA paper ka generally, I think it's what 32 pages or something. I forgot about the number of this thing total. Okay, so chances of we using that paper answer sheet fully are also pretty less. Only few of them end up using it. They're handwriting, no, little mota and a little lengthy. They end up probably using all the sheets. Additional sheets are pretty rare. Okay, fine. So don't have to worry. You can spacing, you don't have to worry. And then what you can do is, and then basically first have operating cash flow, leave some lines, and then have a format for investing cash flow, leave some lines and have a format for financing cash flow. That way what happens, you don't have to read the question again and again. As and when you read the question, directly you can go into the format and log off the amount. That way this question can be answered within the particular time. Answering within the time also could be one of the crux when it comes to the cash flow statement. I'll do a thing. I'll have a bigger column because I'm a little lazy. So that next also it should come in handy, no? So you can leave only some 6 or 7 lines, or you can wait and then write. 1 second. Okay. Maybe I'll have it here. Cash flow from, what is the second bucket, people? Cash flow from investing activities. Okay, I'll leave some 8 to 10 lines maybe, then go for cash flow from. That much as adjustments are not there here. I'm only leaving for the next problem, people. Cash flow from financing activity. What is the second bucket, people? Cash flow from investing activities. Okay, I'll leave some 8 to 10 lines maybe, then go for cash flow from. That much as adjustments are not there here. I'm only leaving for the next problem, people. Cash flow from financing activity. If you're worried about spacing, you can look at the solution. That has how many lines exactly also. Okay, maybe I'll write it here. Net cash flow from operating activities. A flow from cash flow is the Or cash and cash equivalents. Equivalents. Okay, there's a format. Okay, let's go and start plugging in the data one by one now. We already identified everything now. Okay, first, sir, opening cash. Sir, opening balance. Okay, leave that or else. Receipt from customers. We already wrote it is an operating cash flow. Come to operating cash flow. Have they told all the amounts are in thousands, lakhs? Yeah, here they're saying all the amounts are in thousands. Okay, first is how much? What is that? Receipt from customers. Receipts from customers under operating activity, and that receipt happens to be 2783. Sir, if it is cash coming in, we write it as a positive number. Cash going out, a negative number. So this is the receipt. So positive. Okay, next is what? Issue of shares. Sir, issue of shares is a way of raising finance. So where I should put this? Under financing activity. Come to financing activity and write issue of shares. And how much money did the company receive by issuing the shares? 300. Plus or minus? Plus, because when the company issues shares, they will receive the money. Great. No, one second. Okay. Next is what, sir? Sale of fixed asset. Purchase of fixed asset as well as sale of fixed asset. What sort of activity? Investing activity. Come under investing activity and write sale of fixed assets. If they use the term fixed assets, you can, but most probably they'll use the term property, plant and equipment. So sale of fixed asset, it's a positive number or negative number? Positive, because when you sell, you're gonna receive the money. Next, plus when you receive by issuing the shares. Issue of shares. Sir, issue of shares as a positive number, cash going out, where I should shares, and how much money did the company receive by issuing the shares? Let it be. Okay. Next is what, sir? Sale of fixed asset. Purchase of fixed asset as well as sale of fixed asset. What sort of activity? Investing activity. Come under investing activity and write sale of fixed assets. If they use the term fixed assets, you can, but most probably they'll use the term property, plant, and equipment. So sale of fixed asset, it's a positive number or negative number? Positive, because when you sell, you're gonna receive the money. Next one. Payment to supplier. Suppliers is our creditors. Creditors is part of our operations. So come under operating activity and write payment to suppliers. Payment to suppliers, and that payment is 2047. This 2047 a positive number or negative number? Negative number. By the way, which method is this cash flow statement under? Direct method. Why, sir? Because all these information, this is from customer, payment to creditors, etc., etc., is straight away given to us in the question. That's the reason we are adopting direct method. First 4 or 5 problems will be revolving around the direct method. Then we will dive into the indirect method. Okay, next. After that, what it is? Payments for property, plant and equipment. So payments for PP means it's PP purchased. Sir, PP purchase is what activity? Investing activity. Come under investing activity and write payments for property, plant and equipment, and that payment is 230. Positive or negative? Negative. All of us are there on the same page, no? Anyone lagging behind? Anyone wants me to wait or move on, G? Okay. Next, payment of overheads. Overhead is also an indirect expenditure which is necessary for our operation itself. So even overhead ka payment is what activity? Operating. In payment for overhead as well as wages for salary. Both are under operating activity only. So we'll write update both. Payment for overheads 115. Okay, and then we have wages and salary ka payment. Okay, that is also negative 69. Okay. Next is your taxation. Sir, we read the question. Did we find out any extra information pertaining to tax or just taxation? Just if they give you taxation, where will you put the taxation payment under? Under operating activity itself. So right here itself, taxation generally we put it under the last. I think here we no more have any operating cash flow. So write taxation. How much is our taxation paid, liability paid? Operating. Question, did we find out any extra information pertaining to tax or just taxation? Just if they give you taxation, where will you put the taxation payment under? Under operating activity itself. So right here itself, taxation generally we put it under the last. I think here we no more have any operating cash flow. So write taxation. How much is our taxation paid, liability paid? 243. Under operating activity itself, taxation of 243 happens to be a negative. Okay, next to dividend. Again, all these are not dividend received. All these are payments now. Here onwards, the payment has started. Okay, so it's a dividend paid. So dividend paid, where it will come under? Financing activity. So under financing activity, write a dividend paid, and that dividend paid amount is 80. Positive, negative? Negative. Okay. Anything else, Saru? Repayment of bank loan. So bank loan taken as well as the bank loan repaid. Both are what? Financing activity. So repayment of bank loan is also a financing activity, and that repayment is 250. So that is negative. Anything else there, sir? Oh, that's all. That's all. So what is the last line or here I've written is, sir, you'll have various operating cash flows, no? Right? Some sum up everything. This is all your operating activity ka cash flow. Can you add everything for me and tell me how much is that added number? 309 plus or minus? Plus. That 309, no, we call it as net cash flow from operating activity. Meaning through our operation totally how much? In fact, 1 second. 1 second, instead of this, it's okay. You can leave it. I'll maybe modify this. Yeah. Sometimes what happens, you could get negative also. So I'll just change it for the sake of format, or actually in this next only I'll modify words. Net cash flow from operating activity. 309 positive, people. Okay. If you get negative, use a different terminology. We called used. That's all right. Leave that. Maybe I'll modify it later. Similarly, investing activity का cash flow you sum it up, sir. Positive or a different terminal? Terminology we called used. That's all right. Leave that. Maybe I'll modify it later. Similarly, investing activity का cash flow you sum it up, sir. Positive or negative? Negative. How much negative? 102 negative. Sir, if it is negative, we don't call it as net cash flow from. We call it as net cash flow used. Net cash flow used. If you want, you can write this word also. I'll modify it in the next problem. It's not coming. You can write the presentation like this. We generally present it like this. Net cash flow. If it's positive number, we call it as from. Or if it's a negative number, we can write used in investing activity. Net cash flow from / used. So this is 102 negative. Similarly, financing activity, can you sum it up? Tell me what it is. Negative 30. Okay, negative means is it cash flow from or cash flow used in? Net cash flow used in. And I don't have space, I'll just directly write that. Used in financing activity, negative 30. So that is your total cash flows. Now sum up everything. A plus B plus C you do. All the three activities ka net cash flow you add. That, oh, I didn't write that line. Huh? No, crap. One second. I'll try to bring it down if I'm possible. Try to add up everything, sir. What are you getting? That a addition we call it as net increase / decrease in cash and cash equivalents. Net increase or decrease in cash and cash equivalents. We'll call it as A plus B plus C. 170 positive, negative. All the three cash flows ka addition basically. This net increase ka, if you add opening balance, compulsorily you should get closing balance. Otherwise, somewhere we have done something wrong. So that way, cash flow statement has an answer as well as it has a question together. Do you know opening cash and cash equivalent? Yes, opening balance is 35. Sir, 35 plus 177 you do. How much you getting? 212. So these two, if you add, we are getting 212, and the 212 has to be closing cash balance. Is it? Yes. If it matches, that means it looks like we are on the right track, or maybe we have done the things correctly. Otherwise, you can just check somehow some positive, negative. Generally, here the common mistakes which many of us do here is the signs. Especially the negative we forget. It's not that we don't know of, it is just josh mein, we forget the negative signs. That's one of the common errors or arithmetical error that could happen in this particular topic. So just watch out for that. Over, sir. Copying, sir. Next problem, sir. What, sir? Next problem, huh? Online also, unanimously, everybody okay so far? All okay, na? Great. Someone who said who wants to update. Which portion you want me to update? Anything you want me to show? Others can go through question number 5 in the meantime. Simple enough. Correct it as. Question number 5 is what you can go through. Done, no? Great, sir. You go through. 1 second. I'll just modify this. Anything you want me to show? Others can. Can go through question number 5 in the meantime. Simple enough. Correct it as. Question number 5 is what you can go through. Done now. Great, sir. You go through 1 second. I'll just modify this. Prepare cash flow statement of Messrs M&T Limited for the year ended 31st March 20x1 with the help of following information. Company sold goods for cash only. GP. Listen to this, people. Gross profit was 30% for the year. Sir, they have told 30%. That 30% sold at forward. Question 5. Okay. Alright, pata we'll see. Prepare cash flow statement of Messrs M&T Limited for the year ended 31st March 20x1 with the help of following information. Company sold goods for cash only. GP. Listen to this, people. Gross profit was 30% for the year. Sir, they have told 30%. That 30% is on cost or is on sales? GP, they told us 30%. Is it on cost or sales? Sir, if it is cost, clearly they will specify. If they just say GP is 20%, 30%, the GP percentage is always on sales. Okay. Just a convention, nothing, no logic or anything of that sort. If they just mention percentage, it is always to be applied on sales. Great. Sir, do you know GP in the current year? Yeah, how much is that GP? 382. Fine. Sir, with this, can you find out sales? Sir, GP is 30% of sales. Correct? That means GP amount is given means can't we find out sales? So one working note, we'll put it up here. Maybe. If required. Working note number 1 is to find out the sales. Or can I specifically call it as cash sale in this problem? Because first adjustment, what did they say? 12, sir? Company sold only for cash only. So is there any credit sale? Okay. So GP is equal to 30% of sales. And GP is how much? 3,82,500. 3,82,500 is equal to 30% of sales. Therefore, what is sales? 382,500 divided by 30%, which is 0.3. 12,75,000 is your cash sales. Okay. Sir, check the problem. Have they given all the information? I think this is also direct method. Leave it. It's okay. All the information will be given to you. Okay. So as and when we read the data, is it okay? Can we directly go into the format and plug it in the interest of time? Yes. Activity. So I have Anika sir. Mess and one. Everything be as much as practice that you need of. You need to write more often to improve. Like 70 and all that drum. If I'm doing direct method, only information I need to know with respect to stock. What information of cash I need to know with respect to stocks? One is with respect to sales, which I've already got. Another information is with respect to cash purchases or cash paid to creditors. Yes or no? Opening stock could be 1 lakh more or it could be 10 lakh more. Do we show that under direct method? What we show under direct method is only cash purchase, cash paid to creditor, cash sale, cash received from debtor. So that means all this information is given to you just to deviate and waste your time. So all these are faltu information. We can cut it off. We will not worry about those. Okay, sir G. Move on to the next. Or cash paid with respect to stocks. If you're doing under direct method, do I need opening stock? Do I need closing stock and all that drum? If I'm doing direct method, only information I need to know with respect to stock. What information of cash I need to know with respect to stocks? One is with respect to sales, which I've already got. Another information is with respect to cash purchases or cash paid to creditors. Yes or no? Opening stock could be 1 lakh more or it could be 10 lakh more. Do we show that under direct method? What we show under direct method is only cash purchase, cash paid to creditor, cash sale, cash received from debtor. So that means all this information is given to you just to deviate and waste your time. So all these are faltu information. We can cut it off. We will not worry about those. Okay, sir G. Move on to the next one now. Wages paid during the year 490 to 500. Wages paid is part of our operations. Where will it come under? Operating. Come to operating activity and write wages paid, and that payment is 490 to 500. Plus or minus? Minus. So why we ignore that entry? Opening stock is irrelevant for direct method. We don't show any direct method. Because how will stock come, sir? How will stock be created? Only when you purchase the goods, you will get stock. Yes or no? So when you capture purchase information, automatically even stock information also is updated. So that's the reason. We are not preparing P&L or balance sheet. We are preparing what? Cash flow statement. So keep that in mind. So as far as cash flow statement is concerned, we only want cash coming in and cash going out. So inventory gets created only when you purchase the goods, or inventory gets reduced only when you sell the goods. So purchase and sale, if you capture, that is good. So how we directly identify direct, I'll tell you that. For now, it's all right. When I come to indirect method, because for you to identify something, you should have a clarity regarding both. I think we have a little bit clarity around now direct method, but have we studied indirect method now? Not yet. So I'll tell you one quick direct. I'll tell you that. For now, it's all right. When I come to indirect method, because for you to identify something, you should have a clarity regarding both. I think we have a little bit clarity around now direct method, but have we studied indirect method now? Not yet. So I'll tell you one quick step is also there. I'll tell you, but hang on. When we start indirect method, then I'll tell you. Don't worry. That confusion and all, you'll not have any examination. For now, you could have put it on hold for the time being. Next, office and selling expense paid during the year 75,000. So this office expense and all is part of our operations. So office and selling expenditure. How much is that? 75,000 also will come under operating cash flow itself. Okay, what is the next information? Dividend paid 30,000. So dividend you pay because company would have issued some shares. Maybe in the current year or maybe in the last year. That is irrelevant for us. But current year, have you paid dividend? Yes. So dividend paid as what activity? A financing activity. Come under financing activity and write dividend paid. And how much is that dividend paid? 30,000. Plus or minus? Minus. Super duper. Next, bank loan repaid 2,15,000 including interest. So it doesn't matter, sir. Bank loan paid as well as interest paid. Both are what? Financing activity. If you want, you can show it separately. Ideally, it should have been shown separately. But anyway, our mother body has a club. If you want, you can club also. It's all right. In my opinion, it's better to show it separately. But here it's all right. So what are they saying it as? Bank loan repaid. Bank loan repaid is also a financing activity, and that total repayment including interest comes up to 215. So in that 2,15,000 payment, 15,000 is towards interest, 2 lakh is probably towards principal. Both are financing activity itself. Carry on. Okay, next one. Trade payable as on 31st March 20x0. So hang on, sir. We are preparing cash flow statement for the year ended 31st March 20x1. So that means, can you tell me what is current year, whole year of current year? 1st April 20x0 to 31st March 20x1. I think you're comfortable with that x approach now. You can substitute. If you are still having confusion, you can substitute x with 2. 20x1. Next one. Trade payable as on 31st March 20x0. So hang on, sir. We are preparing cash flow statement for the year ended 31st March 20x1. So that means, can you tell me what is current year, whole year of current year? 1st April 20x0 to 31st March 20x1. I think you're comfortable with that X approach now. You can substitute. If you are still having confusion, you can substitute X with 2. So it is 31st. If your year is ending on 31st March 2021, it has to start on 1st April 2020. But don't write 2020 in exam. Always write X only the way they have given. So till you get that understanding, you can substitute X with 2. Okay. So they have told trade payable on 31st March 20x0. So 31st March 20x0 means it is closing balance, or in fact it is last year ka, because current year is ending on 31st March 20x1. They gave 31st March 20x0. 31st March 20x0 is last year ka. Last year ka closing balance becomes current year ka opening balance. So I think they're talking something about opening balance. Trade payable ka in 20x0 means it is closing balance, or in fact it is last year ka, because current year is ending on 31st March 20x1. They gave 31st March 20x0. 31st March 20x0 is last year ka. Last year ka closing balance becomes current year ka opening balance. So I think they're talking something about opening balance. Trade payable ka, or can I say like this? Trade payable ka opening balance exceeded 31st March 20x1. So 31st March 20x1 is CB as in closing balance. So they're saying opening balance of creditors is more by closing balance by 25,000. Again, opening balance greater than closing balance by 35. Tell me, do I need opening balance of creditors for our cash flow statement, or cash paid to creditor? As far as direct method is concerned, I want cash payment to creditor. If suppose cash payment to creditors is given to you in the question, is this information relevant or irrelevant? If they have given cash payment to creditor, that means this information becomes nonsense, irrelevant. Yes or no? If they don't give, maybe we have to prepare creditors ka ledger and try to find out cash paid to creditor as a balancing figure. We will see. For now, let this put on hold and read the very next adjustment. In fact, amount paid to trade payables. How much? 4,60,000. During the year, we paid 460 to creditors. Now you tell me the above information, which is there in point number 8, relevant or nonsense? Not relevant. Yes, can I cut this off then? So we want amount paid to trade payable. How much is that amount paid to trade payable? Where it will come under? Perfect. Amount paid to creditors is part of our operation. So amount paid to trade payables, which is 4,60,000. What you need for cash flow statement is amount paid to creditor. If amount paid to creditor is given, means opening balance of creditor maybe greater than closing balance by 50,000, 1 lakh, whatever. They're just giving a comparison between opening balance and closing balance. Meaning they're saying if closing balance of creditor, closing balance you'll write it on the credit side, no? If closing balance is 1 lakh, means they're saying opening balance, they're saying more or less. Opening balance exceeded. Okay. That means they're saying opening balance will be 25,000 more than this number. This will be 125. They have established a relationship between opening balance and closing balance. I don't need that for cash flow statement. As far as cash flow statement is concerned, I need only cash paid to creditors. Anyway, opening balance, if paid to credit, amount paid you need for cash flow statement is amount paid to creditor. If amount paid to creditor is given, means opening balance of creditor may be greater than closing balance by 50,000, 1 lakh, whatever. They're just giving a comparison between opening balance and closing balance. Meaning they're saying if closing balance of creditor, closing balance you'll write it on the credit side, no? If closing balance is 1 lakh, means they're saying opening balance, they're saying more or less. Opening balance exceeded. Okay. That means they're saying opening balance will be 25,000 more than this number. This will be 125. They have established a relationship between opening balance and closing balance. I don't need that for cash flow statement. As far as cash flow statement is concerned, I need only cash paid to creditors. Anyway, next line only they told how much cash is paid to creditor. Hence, the above information becomes not relevant. Okay, Nama. All right, next one. Tax paid during the year amounts to 65,000. Provision for tax as on 31st March 20x1 is 45. Sir, provision means tax paid or tax estimated to be paid. Provision is an estimate. First, you will make the estimate and then you will pay. So, you tell me for cash flow statement perspective, I need it to be paid during the year amounts relevant. Okay, Nama. All right, next one. Tax paid during the year amounts to 65,000. Provision for tax as on 31st March 20x1 is 45. Sir, provision means tax paid or tax estimated to be paid. Provision is an estimate. First, you will make the estimate and then you will pay. So, you tell me for cash flow statement perspective, I need provision for tax or I need tax paid. I need provision for tax data or tax paid data. Tax paid data. Here, provision is 45, tax paid is 65, which you will take for a direct method. You will take the actual tax paid, which is how much? 65,000. Provision is nothing but it's an estimated tax to be paid. Okay, provision tax paid, where it will come, sir? If they don't give any further information, tax paid, we put it generally as a convention under operating activity. The last adjustment generally is related to taxation. In fact, last but one. Okay, so taxation paid. How much is that taxation paid, sir? 65,000. So this is negative. Okay, anything else is there? Investment of 7 lakh was sold during the year at a profit of 20,000. Sir, investment we are showing currently at 7 lakh. Did we sell it? Yes. When you sold, you made a profit of 20,000 means what is your sale value? Book value, or in your books, you're showing the asset at 7 lakh and you made profit means, that means obviously you have sold it at a higher than 7 lakh value or lower? Higher. What is your sale value? 7 lakh plus 20,000. So your sale value is 7.2 lakh. 7 lakh worth of investment, you sold it for 7.2. That's the reason you ended up making 20,000 rupees profit. So for cash flow statement is concerned, I want the book value of the asset or I want the sale value of the asset. For cash flow statement, we want either cash coming in or cash going out. So what cash came in is with respect to the sale value and not with respect to the book value. So I'm interested in 7.2 and where should the investment sold data be captured under which header? Sale of investment is in investing activity. So you'll simply write here sale of investment. No need to put up a separate working note and all. Here only you can show 7 lakh plus 20,000 and your sale value finally comes up to 7 lakh 20,000. Next one, sir. Okay, what is the next one? Depreciation on fixed asset. So do I want depreciation? Sir, is depreciation a cash expenditure or a non-cash expenditure? Non-cash. If your depreciation is 85,000, will you give cash 85,000 to somebody else? No. So depreciation is non-cash. Does it affect our direct method? No. As far as direct method is concerned, in fact, as far as cash flow statement is concerned, we only want to know fixed asset purchased, fixed asset sold. So depreciation is irrelevant for me. Okay. Plant and machinery purchased data. Is that relevant? Yes. You purchased plant and machinery for how much value? 250. Sir, purchase of machinery, what kind of activity? So under investing activity, right? Purchase of plant and machinery, which is 7 lakh or rather 2 lakh 50,000. Purchase of PP is inflow or outflow? Outflow. So negative. Any other data or that's all? Then they give cash and cash equivalent on 31st March 20x0, sir. Our year is ending on 31st March 20x1. They have given 31st March 20x0 ka balance. So what is this? Opening balance. And they have given cash and cash equivalent on 31st March 20x1. What is this now? The CB as in closing balance. So we have a separate category for opening and closing. Can we capture them? Opening cash balance is 2 lakh. First maybe we'll capture opening and then we'll see whether are we getting closing. All the information we have captured. Add everything, people. Add operating cash flow, all the cash flows you add, and tell me whether it is positive or negative. Positive of 1,82,500 is positive under operating cash flow. If it is positive, then it is a cash flow generated from operating activity. If it is negative, that much got used in that operating activity. That's all. Similarly, what is the net cash flow from investing activity? Summation of these two. 4,70,000 positive. Okay, this is also positive. Lastly is net cash flow from financing activity. Only these two, or actually amount I wrote it in the outer column. So this is 30,000 negative, and this is 2,15,000 negative. If you add these two, you're getting 2,45,000 negative. Okay, that means this is the cash flow used in financing activity. All the three activity ka cash flow you added up, people. A plus B plus C, whatever I've circled there. 407,500. Positive, negative. Positive. So you're getting 407,500 positive. And you already had a cash at the year beginning of 2 lakh. So 2 lakh you had at year beginning. Through all your activity, you generated a further cash of 4 lakh. That means at the end of the year, you should be left with 607,500. As per our statement, this is what we are getting. What does the question say? The closing balance is 607,500. So looks like we have done everything. Correct. That's it. Can you be a little louder, please? Second entry here. Unitary method in sense? You got to be a little more specific. My knowledge is very limited. Sure. GP is 30% of sales they told. If they just give percentage, it is on GP. Then it is a cash flow generated from operating activity. If it is negative, that much got used in that operating activity. That's all. Opening cash balance. Working on 31st March 20X1. They were given 31st March 20X0 ka balance. So what is this? Opening balance. The C back 3 negative. So, therefore, what will be X? X will be 3,08,000. Opening balance in like that. Next problem it is then. So me to wait. Okay, others meet. Because when you make a profit, it impacts P&L. We are not using any P&L data here. Under indirect method, we use P&L data. That's the reason it will have an impact. For now, you don't have to worry about that. I think. Okay. If you have time, do it. These are all repetitive questions. Only the repetitive ones I give it as generally homework. So 9th is work at 10th and 11th. Where is 11th pa? Over here. Prepare cash flow statement of Gamma Limited on 31st for the year ending 31st March 20X1 from the following information. Any problem? Yes, guys, settle down. Sales for the year amounted to 135 crore, of which 60% was cash sale. So that means, sir, in this problem we have, last problem we had totally cash sale. Here they're saying only 60% is cash sale. So balance 40% will be credit sales. Okay. So if you have sold goods on credit means you will collect some money from your debtors also. So both cash sale information will be there as well as cash received from debtor information, both will be available here. Okay. So no need to do for small things and all working note. So we'll directly see, if required, later on we'll put up a working note. Let's have the format ready. You can make that format. You want me to wait for a minute or so? You want to make that format, or you want to tick? What do you want to do? Okay, if someone who's wanting to make the format, I'll wait. You can quickly make that. And this is question number 11 and cash flow statement of Gamma Limited as on 31st March 20 X1. Yeah. Can we start, people, or still making that format? Okay. So let's express everything in crores. That is probably most of us aim also, no? To become crores patis. No? Okay. Hopefully, if that is your dream, internet is problem, sir. Whose internet, sir? Guys, are we having any audio video issue? Yours, sir. Yours, much I can't help, no. Yeah. You take 60% is cash sales. So directly can we ascertain cash sale data? So the cash sales will be 135 ka 60%. How much is this? 81. The balance will be credit sale. Sir, credit sale information, will it come in cash flow statement? What information relating to credit sales will come? Amount received from debtors. Okay, if they don't give amount received from debtors, then maybe we have to prepare a debtors ka ledger and get that as a balancing figure. We'll see. For now, let this be there. So here I can write one more thing, that is cash from debtors, but for the time being, can I update the amount? No. Maybe if they give it later, I'll update it. Otherwise, we may have to do some working. Let it be for the time being. Next, sir. Purchase for the year amounted to 55 crore, of which credit purchase was 80%. Sir, if 80% purchase is on credit, means the 20% will be on cash. Will cash purchase come under in cash flow statement? Yes. Under what activity? Operating activity. Under operating activity, directly I shall write cash purchases. What is the total purchases? 55. Of that, credit is 80%, means cash purchase will be balanced 20%, which will be 11. Cash purchase positive number or negative number? Negative number. Anyway, all the numbers are in crores only. And also, people, that remains on the crorepati side of things. Also, do take up the investment things, investment journey also seriously, people. I wish many of us would have addressed or told me before when I was starting my articleship journey or we're going. Many of us, and also, people, that remains on the crorepati. And also people, that reminds on the crore rupee side of things, also do take up the investment journey also seriously, people. I wish many of us would have addressed or told me before when I was starting my articleship journey or we're going. We have finance students, okay, we are CS. After clearing, so many people will come to you for advice. Where to invest, sir, this, sir, that, sir, 101 thing they will ask. But unfortunately, most of us only would have not done the investment. So the sooner you start your investment journey, the better it will be for you. Because life is uncertain, sir. You never know how long can you work for. Some of us, maybe our dream is to become CA. Does it mean your dream is to work as a CA even till 60 years, 70 years? May not be. Yes or no? So probably some of us want to chill, travel the world at 50 or 45 also. So that is now only too much. Unless you have, let me not go there. Yeah. So, so try to take that up also quite seriously. It is important. The sooner you start, the better it will be. The compounding effect. Okay. So don't have to go for fancy thing of digging shares and all. You can start simply with mutual funds. That is good enough. A large cap, one fund, maybe in large cap, small cap, mid cap, invest one. That's good enough. How much ever you can. Anyway, SIP starts at 500 rupees also. Don't give an excuse that my stipend is only that much. I think nobody's stipend is so low also. I think these days, yeah. Some you can invest, yes. The sooner you start, the better it will be. Trust me on that. All right. Anyways, too much better. Thought I'll put it across. Anyways, come back to the adjustments now. Administrative and selling expense amounted to 18 crore. Salary paid amounted to 22 crore. Sir, admin expense paid, salary paid. Both are what? Operating activity. So, admin expense paid. How much is that admin expense paid? 18 crore. Positive, negative? Negative. Then it's just salary paid. And salary paid is how much, sir? 22 crore. Again, negative 22. I don't invest in private company and all. For that, you need a lot of funding. No money. Okay. All right. Next one. Company redeemed debentures of 20 crore. So stop there. Redemption of debentures. What kind of an activity? Debenture issued and debentures redeemed. Both are financing activity. Sir, what is the value of the debenture? 20 crore. But you redeemed at par or at premium? What? You redeemed at a premium of 10%. So the face value of the debenture is 20 crore or its value is 20 crore, but you're paying 10% extra. So how much are you paying towards redemption? 20 crore plus 10%, which is 22 crore. Okay. 1 second. So total redemption value is, or maybe I'll write it over here. Redemption value is how much, sir? 20 crore plus 10%, which is 22 crores. What are you doing? Debenture holders were issued equity shares of 15 crores towards redemption and the balance was paid in cash. Sir, there are multiple ways through which you can redeem debentures. One such redemption we already saw, that is purchasing the debentures from the open market for immediate cancellation. Investment in own debentures. Okay, that is one method. Or you can convert debentures into equity shares. That is also one method of redemption. Or you can simply pay cash and say done. Yes. So here 22 crores you need to pay to the debenture holders. What and all you gave or how and all did you discharge this 22 crore? Of this 20 to 15 crore, you issued equity shares. You told the debenture holders, Macha, I'll give you equity shares worth 15 crores. Are you okay? Debenture holders, no problem. Told, I'll take it. In this 22 crores, they accepted equity shares for 15 crore. For the balance is what, sir? In 20 to 15, you have settled in debentures, means the balance is 7 crore. For the balance, what are you giving? You're giving cash. Okay, sir. Sir, is the topic name redemption of debentures or is it cash flow statement? Cash flow statement. Now you tell me in this three pillars or in these three information, which is relevant for my topic currently? The information that is relevant for us is cash coming in or cash going out. 22 crore and 15 crore is it affects your debenture holders ka ledger or maybe debentures ka ledger. Am I preparing that? I'm preparing only cash flow statement. So how much cash went in or how much cash went out in this process? 7 crore ka cash went out. That means I'm only interested in this. Redemption of debentures. Which activity, sir? Come under financing activity and write redemption of debentures. No need for any working note. Straight away you can present it like this only. Totally, what is the value of debentures? 20 crore. But you're paying 10% extra. So total payout required is 22 crore. In that 15 crore you gave via equity share. So the balance 7 crore will obviously be towards cash. So that is what we require. Okay, if you want, you can show like this also as a separate working note, or simply if you write like the way I've shown in brackets in exam, that is good enough. Negative you have to write. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, redemption of debentures should be negative, correct. Sir, interest, somebody is asking. Interest adjustment and all, they would have already done. We don't have to worry about that. In fact, I'll write it on the other outer column. This is 7 crores, this side. They'll give some information and then do it. Because they have not given what percentage. You can also assume the debentures and write it also. Because they have not given the date of redemption also. Oh, in fact, next line only actually. Aditya, you probably went a little ahead much. The next line only they told. What is that? Debenture interest paid during the year was 1.5. So maybe he read that and he's asking this out, I think. Okay, maybe I did not read that. Nonetheless. Debenture interest paid. Sir, interest paid on debentures again is what sort of activity? Financing activity. So come under financing activity and write interest on debentures. 1.5 crore. This is also negative. Aditya Garu, okay nama? All right. Next, dividend paid during the year 11.7 crores. So 11.7 dividend is what sort of activity? So under financing activity, come under financing and activity and write dividend paid. Super. So far easy, everyone? Okay, next adjustment. Investment costing 12 crore was sold at a profit of 2 point. Sir, cost is this much. You made a profit means what will be your sale value? Sale value obviously has to be 12 plus 2.4, which is 14.4 crores. So sale of investment, what sort of an activity? So under investing activity, right? Sale of investment. The cost of investment is 12 crore. You sold it at a profit of 2.4 crore. So your sale value is 14.4 crore. It's a sale, so it's a cash inflow, so positive number. Okay, next. 8 crore was paid towards income tax. So they have not given any other information. Just 8 crore paid, tax paid. Where it will come under? Under operating activity, right? Tax paid. And the tax paid is 8 crore, right? So it outflow, so negative. Under operating activity itself. Next. next to what is next to a new plant costing 21 crore was purchased in part exchange of an old plant. So you have done some barter system. Old plant you have given away and you have purchased some new plant. Sir, what is new plant ka value? 21 crore. So the book value or the carrying amount of the old plant in your books was 12 crore, but the vendor took over old plant at a value of only 10 crores. The balance was paid in cash to the vendor. Sir, we have a new plant and that new plant ka value is how much? 21 crore. Now, should we have to pay entire 21 crore in cash? Since we gave away old plant, obviously we need not pay to the vendor entire 21 crore. We will pay him a lesser amount. So the carrying amount of the old plant in our books, the book value of this old plant is 12 crore. But the vendor took it for 10 crore. So tell me which I should take for this calculation. Because out of this 21 crore, a part of the payment is done by old plant, another part is done by cash. So for this part, I should consider the book value or vendor ka taken over value. Sir, you could, in your books, you may show whatever value. Ultimately, you have exchanged this plant, no? So that particular other guy, he is ready to take this plant only for what value? He's considering its value is only 10 crore. So he's saying out of 21 crore, 10 crore liability is settled by giving away old plant. That's what they're trying to say. The balance is how much, sir? 21 crore minus 10, which is 11 crore is settled by giving away cash. Any doubt in this setup, anyone? So tell me in this three information again, what is relevant for cash flow statement now? We want only cash coming in or cash going out. So which is the cash information here? 11 crore. This cash is towards what? Purchase of plant. Sir, purchase of plant and machinery, what sort of activity? Investing activity. Come under investing activity and write purchase of plant. Simply you can write 21 crore minus 10 crore, which is 11 crore. It's an outflow, so negative. Okay, next. The following balances are also provided. Sir, they have given a check here. We are preparing cash flow statement for the year ended 31st March 20x1. Sir, they have given balances on 1st April 20x0 and balance as on 31st March 20x1. What are these two, sir? 1st April 20x0 ka balance is opening balance. Next information is relating to closing balance. Can anyone tell me why have they given debtors, bank ka opening and closing balance? We need because we have to plug this in cash flow statement. Why have they given debtors and creditors ka opening closing balance? Sir, question is over, no other information. We need cash paid to creditor and cash received from debtor. Was like last problem, is that information given to us or missing? That means we have to prepare some working notes and get them as a balancing figure. For that, they have given this information. So we'll see that, how we can use that. So working note number 1, here we can put it up maybe for, what is the first? Debtors. We'll do debtors ka ledger. Debtors ka ledger, we shall prepare it. Sir, do you know debtors ka opening balance? Yes, debtors ka opening. And do watch out, people. It's not always first opening balance and then closing balance. Many a times they interchange the orders. This is a common appearance. Just check and do it. Many times it does. So here it is 1st April 20x0 and then 31st March 20x1. So it first is opening and then it is closed. So opening balance of debtors is how much? 45. Opening balance of debtors comes on the debit side. To balance brought down 45. Similarly, where will closing balance come? The credit side, you write by balance carried down. How much is that? 50 crore. So when you're doing working note and all, don't worry about date or particulars or journal folio and all that. Just simply one draw like a line like this and do it. Okay. No need for all that headings and all that. All that sambrama not required. Okay, sir. All right. Sir, do you know credit sales? Sir, total sales is 135 crore they told. In that 60% was cash sale, means balance 40% will be credit sales. What's the journal entry for credit sales? Purchases account. Credit journal entry for credit sale is purchases account at a day. Debtors to sale. What is the total sale, sir? 135 crore. Cash sale is 60% means credit sale will be 40%. So 135 into 40% is how much? 54. So that means that is credit sale. Any other information given, bad debt, so discount to blah 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 blah? No. So that's all. Ledger should match. This side total is 99. That side also should be 99. Is it matching or balancing figure? How much balancing figure? 49. Something should come on the credit side as balancing figure. Don't say bad debts. Sir, 54 crores sales you made and in that 49 crore bad debts. Okay, what is the rational assumption? So what is this 49? It is money received from debtors. So that means this is what? By cash or bank arrived as a balance. So this information they had not given. So to find out this, we prepared a debtors ledger. Easy, Saru. Making separate ledgers. Here, inside this format, you will make ledger. It look very odd. Better do it separately. Okay, it look very, very odd. Ideally, cash flow statement and all is a format recommended by AS3. So don't bring in the working note inside the normal solution. Don't do it. Okay. So like these sort of presentation, if you want to do, like small working notes. If you are asking about this, that is acceptable. But don't bring in a whole ledger inside any working note. It will become too odd presentation wise. Better show it separately. Okay, great. So cash received from debtors, where it will come under? Operating activities. So under operating activity, write cash from debtors as per working note number 1, and that we got it as 49. So positive number. Yeah. I think we also needed creditors, cash paid to creditors. Can we put creditors ka ledger? Because they have not given that information. They were given creditors ka opening and closing balance. How much is that? Creditors ka opening balance 21. Creditors ka closing balance 23. So creditors ka opening balance comes on the credit side, sir. By balance brought down 21. To balance carried down 23. This is given. Just pushed it into the ledger. Do you know credit purchase amount? Not directly, but indirectly, I think they have given. Total purchases is 55 crore. In that, they told credit purchase is 80%. So, credit purchase ka journal entry is what, sir? Purchase account debit to creditors. So, when your posting will be by purchases here. Total purchase is 55 crore. In that, credit purchase amounts to 80%. So, this is how much, sir? 44 crores is your credit purchase. Any other information relating to creditors they've given an adjustment? Like discount received, bills endorsed, blah, 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 anything of be 65. Balance here, what can come as 42 on the debit side as balance interest? That is nothing but amount paid to creditors. So the creditors to cash account or bank account arrived as a balancing. Do we need this 42 for our cash flow statement? Very much yes. I think we already updated that somewhere, no? First line, yeah, I think cash from debtors also here I'll write. Here only I'll write. Working note number 1. This is 49. Okay. And similarly, cash paid to creditors I didn't update. Huh? No problem. We'll write it here. Cash paid to creditors or amount paid to creditors as per working note number 2, and that amount is 42 crores negative. So both we have updated. All the information we have captured. So sum up, people. All operating activity ka cash flow ka sum it up. 129. Just 29 positive or negative? Positive. So net cash flow from operating activity is 29. Similarly, sum up investing activity ka cash flow. 3.4 positive. Great. Cash flow from financing activity ka summing up 20.2 negative. All the three activities ka cash flow 29 plus 3.4 minus 20.2. If you sum up all the three activities, you're going to get
12.2 positive.
12.2 is positive. All these are calculator work. It's not necessary everything you have to do. You can trust your colleagues also. Yeah. So opening cash and cash balance, do you know? Opening cash balance is 6. So if you add these two, 12.2 plus 6 gives us 18.2. That's what our statement is telling. And what is the closing balance as per the question? 18.2. So looks like we have done it correctly. Now others are wondering what? The break Kodisa. 1 minute. Hang on. I think we'll do first all operating cash flows, these sort of adjustments, and then we'll take a break. Anyone wants me to zoom in on anything to be updated in our notes? Can you explain 22 crore? What is a 22 crore, ma? 22 crores, where? This one, huh? Redemption of debentures part, huh? Totally you have to pay 22 crores towards redemption. Are you comfortable with that? Not this, huh? Then which one? Which is 20? Then I didn't understand what is 22 crore. Cash paid to employees. Cash paid to employees is part of our operations. Without your employees, can you run any business organization? Can any organization sustain? No. So this is also part of your operation. Any amount that you paid to your employees, it doesn't matter whether you call it as factory worker or whether you call it as salary, wages, anything you call it, any employee expenditure comes under operating activities. Okay. Debentures. Debentures ka simple. The value of debentures is 20 crore. You have to redeem at a premium of 10%. So that means totally you need to pay 22 crore. Is that sunk in? Totally you need to pay 22 crore. Is that fine, Madhu? The first portion. Is this okay? Alright. So now you have to pay 22 crores. You're settling this 22 crore in two ways. One, you give equity shares. Okay, they've agreed for it. You don't have to question why did the debenture holders accept. They were comfortable, so they took it. You gave equity shares worth how much? 15 crore. So out of 22 crore, 15 crore you settled by giving equity shares. So what is the balance? In 22 crore, 15 crore if you have settled means balance is only 7 crore. That you settled by cash. That's what they're saying over here. Okay. And since we are paying or we are preparing cash flow statement, we want to know cash coming in and cash going out. So here only 7 crore of cash went out. 15 crore you settled by giving equity shares. Equity shares is not, okay, one debenture you cancelled by giving away equity shares. That's all. So there towards this 15 crore, no cash is coming in, nor any cash is going out. Hence, this is irrelevant. Now fine. Okay. Which last portion, ma? The creditors wala or cash flow statement ka? Others can go through question number 13, 1-3. We have a couple of questions, 5 minutes wala. We'll finish that and then we can take a break. Especially if they want to ask for like 2 marks, 3 marks, no? The cash flow is this. Simple combination, especially if they want to ask for like 2 marks, 3 marks, no? They'll not give any calculation. They'll simply give you some transaction and tell whether what kind of a cash flow is this. Operating, investing or finance. So that's all. These sort of question is this. Classify the following as operating, investing, finance and cash equivalent with reference to accounting standard 3. First, brokerage paid on purchase of investment. Sir, purchase of investment is what activity? Investing activity. Normally you buy the shares and all with the help of broker, and broker may charge some commission, correct? brokerage paid on such investment is also investing activity. So this will also be classified as an investing activity. That's all you need to write the answer. Answer is given over there. Okay, or maybe we look at it here. So it's a simple, sir, these sort of questions are also quite popular in examination, especially if they want to ask for like 2 marks, 3 marks, no? They'll not give any calculation. They'll simply give you some transaction and tell whether what kind of a cash flow is this. Operating, investing or finance. So that's all. These sort of question is this. Classify the following as operating, investing, finance and cash equivalent with reference to accounting standard 3. First, brokerage paid on purchase of investment. Sir, purchase of investment is what activity? Investing activity. Normally you buy the shares and all with the help of broker, and broker may charge some commission, correct? Is that commission necessary to buy the investment? Yes. So if investment purchased is investing activity, means the brokerage paid on such investment is also investing activity. So this will also be classified as an investing activity. That's all you need to write the answer. Answer is given over there. Okay, or maybe we look at it here. Or maybe it's okay. We'll check and look at it later. Underwriting commission paid. Sir, underwriter is basically a broker who helps the company to sell company ka shares or debentures to the public. Now, whenever a company wants to issue some shares, there'll be lakhs and lakhs or crores of people who would like to invest. Do you think company will be able to in a position to market to the people door to door? No, company probably would not like to spend their time in marketing because they would like to concentrate on their business. All the selling activities, no, they offload it off, or they give all this assignment to someone called investment bankers, like your Deutsche Bank, Citibank, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, like this. These people take up all these assignments. Okay, we refer to as what, or them we refer to as underwriters. So basically, they are those guys. If let's say Infosys, if they want to sell some shares, if they already issued some shares, they need a little more money. They want to further issue the shares. Okay, they take the help of somebody called the underwriters. What does underwriter do? They help this Infosys to sell that company ka shares to the public. Like if you want to buy Infosys ka share, obviously there'll be a lot of legality involved. So these people will take care of all that paperwork. We call that as book building process, we say. All that process who will take care of? Underwriter. Okay. Do you think that underwriter broker will do all this for free of cost? Obviously he will charge some commission. So underwriter is basically a broker. So if you really want to call it as a difference, sir, you want to sell a house, you appointed a broker. He showed the house to many people, but unfortunately vastu problem, nobody is buying. Now can you tell the broker, your headache, you buy? He'll throw the keys at you and get lost. Yes or no? Correct? Can you insist to the broker that you should buy? No. But if nobody buys a company ka shares, company can tell the underwriter, you buy. Company can tell the underwriter, you buy. That's the reason that commission will be on the higher side. Okay, so that's the main difference between an underwriter and a broker. So normal broker will not buy your asset if nobody buys, but underwriter will buy your company ka shares if a company does not, or we have this minimum subscription and all. No? If company does not hit minimum subscription, then underwriter have to buy those shortage wala shares. That's the reason commission generally all will be on the higher side. So forget about all that. It was there as a topic before about 4 or 5 years ago. Underwriting was a topic in our CA intermediate, I think 5 years back. Now all that is probably irrelevant. So they've taken off all that topic. It got removed long back itself. Anyways, now you tell sir, this underwriting commission is related to what? Keep that in mind. It's related to share issue or debentures issued. Now you tell the shares given or debentures given is what sort of activity? Financing activity. So debentures or underwriting commission paid will be towards what? If it is related to shares, so if shares are financing activity, means underwriting commission paid will also be towards financing activity itself. So this particular information you will show under financing activity itself. Any confusion there or next one?
Next one.
Okay. Trading commission receipt. Trading commission is part of your operation. They are only saying trading. Trading means which is related to your day-to-day operations. Maybe you sell some company ka products and you get some commission. Maybe that is your line of or main line of business. Now you tell if you are receiving any commission as part and parcel of your operations, what sort of an activity? You trading receipt. Financing activity itself. Any confusion there or next one?
Next one.
Okay. Trading commission receipt. Trading commission is part of your operation. They are only saying trading. Trading means which is related to your day-to-day operations. Maybe you sell some company ka products and you get some commission. Maybe that is your line of or main line of business. Now you tell if you are receiving any commission as part and parcel of your operations, what sort of an activity is this? This is an operating cash flow. Yes, no, sir?
Yes, sir.
Proceeds from sale of investment. So if you sell an investment, what sort of activity? Investing activity. Purchase of goodwill. Sir, intangible asset purchased. Intangible asset purchased, intangible asset sold. Both are what activity? Investing activity. Redemption of preference shares. Sir, preference shares issued as well as preference shares redeemed. Both are what activity? Financing activity. Rent received from property held as a investment. Rent received from property held as investment is what activity? Investing activity. They only told. Okay. How do we show that property? You'll not learn it here. You'll learn it as in CA final. There is a separate standard called Ind AS 40. We call that as investment property. Just in case you're wondering, there is a separate treatment for it. You will not learn it here. Next level. Okay. But it is an investment. So rent received also will be treated as investing activity. They only told. Okay. How do we show that property? You'll not learn it here. You'll learn it as in CA final. There is a a separate standard called Ind AS 40. We call that as investment property. Just in case you're wondering, there is a separate treatment for it. You will not learn it here. Next level. Okay, but it is an investment. So rent received also will be treated as investing activity only. That much is good enough. Remember that. Interest paid on long-term borrowings. Long-term borrowings is your debentures or bank loan. On that you have paid some interest. What sort of activity is this? Financing activity. Next, marketable securities. Sir, marketable securities means could be whatever, debentures, shares, whatever. Having risk of change in value. So now tell whether it is an investing activity or is it a cash equivalent? Is it a cash equivalent or not a cash equivalent? Because for you to call it as a cash equivalent, one, the maturity should a term should be less than 3 months. It should be readily convertible into known amounts of cash. 3, it should not have significant value, or it should have insignificant value change risk is what we say, or its value change risk should be on the lower side. But here what they told, having a risk of change in value, that means its value will fluctuate too much is what they say. If value fluctuates too much, is it a cash equivalent or not a cash equivalent? Not a cash equivalent. That means these sort of investment when you purchase, no, you will not show it as cash equivalent, rather you will show it as an investing cash flow. I think they have written it as not cash equivalent, rather you can write like this. It is an investing activity. Okay, you will show this under investing activity. Sir, suppose if it was cash equivalent, where it would have come, sir? Sir, tell the last 2 components of cash flow statement. Last 2 components. Opening cash and cash equivalent, and last. If it was a cash equivalent, you would show this under opening cash and cash equivalent and get the close. Like that. Are we okay? If it is a cash equivalent, for cash equivalent, we have opening category and then we have closing category. There it will come. Okay. Otherwise, it will come either under operating or under investing or under finance. Since this is not a cash equivalent, it has to come under investing activity. Like that. You can write both if you want, or write like our study material kinds. That is also workage. Last one, G. Sir, what if they did not give anything in bracket? Somebody is asking. If the bracket nothing was mentioned, what to do? Then you can assume. Generally, they will not. You can assume. If you assume that its value does not change much, and you will sell off this investment within 3 months, then you can put it under cash equivalent. Or you can assume. If you assume that its value does not change much, and you will sell off this investment within 3 months, then you can put it under cash equivalent. Or if you assume that its value fluctuates too much, you can put it under investing activity. That depends on your assumption. Generally, they don't give such loose-ended questions in exam. They will tell what it is. All right. Refund of income tax received. The income tax paid is what activity? Operating activity. Sometimes what happens? We may end up paying a little more also. You have already studied. When order gets passed, there will be some disallowances and allowances also. So sometimes, very rarely, we may also get some refund because you have studied advance tax concept. Companies have to pay quarterly advance tax. Sometimes you overestimate your tax liability and end up paying more. Then finally, when you file the return, you will ask the refund from the government. May be possible also. So if you have received that refund, what sort of activity they are asking? This also tax paid is an operating activity. So refund of tax paid is also operating activity. Okay, you will show this as a positive number basically. This also will come under operating cash flow itself. Done, sir? 1 minute, sir. One more question is there. Then we can go for indirect method. 5 minutes. That's all like this question. This sort of question. No calculation. Don't we know our students? Yeah. So last I keep these sort of questions on. Numerical question means you say and all. 5 minutes. This means a little easy for you also, a little easy for me also. Come to question 1 though. Ek. I just got a pop-up saying, looks like you're done with talking, we'll lower your hand. I think that feature is there in Zoom. I thought, how am I done with talking? I still have around another 3 hours to go. Yeah. Thought somebody's playing a prank on me. Looks like not the case. Okay. Question 1, people. Intelligent Limited, such a nice company. A non-financial company has the following entries in bank accounts. It has sought your advice, the future chartered accountants, the treatment on preparing the cash flow statement. Sir, simply they'll give you some various components. You need to tell whether it is operating, investing, or financing activity. That's all maybe. Loans and advances given to the following. To a few people, they have given loans and advances, and they've also earned some interest on it. Obviously, if you're giving some interest or if you're giving some loan, you will end up earning some interest. So first, loan is given to suppliers, creditors. You sometimes pay advance before purchasing. Before the creditor gives you the goods, you pay him some advance. That they are saying. So advance paid or loans given to suppliers. What sort of an activity? Sir, all suppliers, employees, all these are part of our operation. So if you have given any loan to your creditors as part of your activity or to your employees, all that will come under operating activity itself. So the first one is operating cash flow itself. Any confusion?
What if I lend the loan once in a while?
No, it doesn't matter. We don't really look at it like that. Generally, when you're trading means sometimes you end up paying. Suppose you're trading with a new guy. You have your set of creditors. Now you want to buy it from a new vendor. The new vendor told, I'm dealing with you for the very first time. I'm not getting confidence. The value of the order, let's say, is high, 100 crores. So he told, give me the advance, then I will supply you the goods. So it doesn't much depend on the frequency as such. Still, as a general rule, we put it under operating activities. Okay, you have given some loans and advances to employees. Again, all these are part of your operations. If you end up joining any company, every company will have, or majorly, or most of the companies will have policy of giving loan to their employees. Normally 8 months of your salary, 10 months of your salary, they generally go out as loans and advance. This is part and parcel of your remuneration or package also, you could say. This is part of your operation, so this will also come under operating activity itself. Loans and advances given to subsidiary company. Meaning, sir, you have invested in subsidiary company. Either you have given a loan or you have purchased subsidiary company ka equity shares. This you tell me. This every day, day in and day out, you do this? No. This will be treated as what? Investing activity. Because you have invested your money. It's not loan taken, people. It is loan given. Okay, so that means this will act as an investment because nobody does this day in and day out as part of operations. So this is specifically clubbed under, or it will be reflected under investing activities. Any doubt under the first component? Got, sir? Move on, sir. Next, investment made in subsidiary company Smart Limited and dividend received. So you purchased some equity shares of your subsidiary company. In the previous case, maybe you gave them some pure loan. Now they are saying we purchased some equity shares of your own subsidiary company. If you want to call it a subsidiary, you should own more than 50%. We have to do consolidation. We will study about that as well. About maybe next week or so, we might start with consolidation. We'll see. Okay, so now you tell me, sir, if you have made some investment or purchased subsidiary company ka equity shares, and if you have received some dividend on it, what sort of an activity is this? Both are investing activity itself. Both buying the shares as well as dividend received. Both are investing activity. Dividend paid, what activity? Financing activity. Awesome. TDS on interest income earned on investment. Sir, interest on investment is what activity? Interest on investment, what activity? On that is also investing activity. So this is also what? Investing activities. TDX is nothing but tax deducted at source. This is you'll learn it in your income tax. 194, section what? 190. No, this one, TDS on interest comes under 194 JL, 194 I. What is that section? Oh, leave. That's all right. So Income Tax Act stipulates that if at all you're receiving interest, some of them who don't know about it, quickly, if you're just coming for accounts class without watching tax, that's all right. Quickly, I'll tell you. Suppose you have earned an interest. Let's say you have invested in bank deposit and you have earned interest on deposit for 10,000 rupees. You have invested your money in fixed deposit and bank is giving you an interest of, or on that FD you have earned an interest of 10,000 rupees. Sir, the bank will not give entire 10,000 to the customer. Of this 10,000, they will deduct something. Let's say that is 10%. 10,000 ka 10% is how much? 1,000. That much they will deduct and the balance 9,000 only they will give it to you. This 1,000 deducted, we call it as tax deducted at source or TDS. Okay. Why do they do this is, sir, if you have invested in a bank FD, on that bank FD you are earning interest income. Sir, on your income you are expected to pay tax to the government. Do you like to pay tax? If given an option, anybody would like to pay tax? No. Everyone will say, who will pay tax to the government? They did not do road, all full potholes, 101 reasons we will give and then we will not pay the tax. But government will be at problem. Hence, they brought in a provision of TDS where they tell, this is the income belonging to, let's say this is me, my income. I have invested in this fixed deposit. So this 10,000 is whose income? My income. That means on this income, who's supposed to pay tax? Me to the government. But if I don't pay tax to the government, government is at a loss. Like me, there are crores of people. Is it possible the government to catch hold of individual people and tell you did not pay tax, you did not pay tax and keep sending notices to everybody? Difficult. Hence, they brought in one concept of what? TDS, where they told, who's paying this income to me? Who's paying this income to me? Let's say a bank. Banker name is SBI. They imposed this on SBI. And they told, boss, don't pay entire 10,000 to him. We don't trust that guy. Okay. We don't trust that that particular person will pay tax to me. Hence, you deduct 10%. It is his own tax. But I'll not wait for him to pay. You only deduct it and pay it off to me. Okay, so this way, this 10%, it depends what percentage Income Tax Act each section, the section will quote. For simplicity, I've assumed it as 10%. So this 1,000 will not be given to me. I will receive only how much, sir? 9,000 rupees. This 1,000 rupees TDS, SBI will straight away remit it to the government. On my behalf, they only pay to the government. This way, what happens? It is difficult to catch crores of people, but it is easy to catch one SBI. So if SBI doesn't catch, they don't do this, means automatically they'll send a notice and all of them will automatically come under that notice. So this way, it is very easy for government to manage. I'm sure Vikas sir would have explained it much easily, but everyone understood this overall. Someone who has not done the tax, you'll learn a lot more about this in tax. Simply, I thought it came, so I'm just giving you a quick overview of this. So this is what they told over here. My interest income is how much in this case? 10,000. But entire 10,000 came to my hands. No, how much came? 9,000. This 1,000 is my income. Did it come to me or it went straight away to government? That we are calling it as TDS. That TDS, what we should do is what they're saying. This interest income is what activity? Investing activity. So TDS on that interest income is also investing activity. So tax is basically flexible. On what component the tax is getting, what component is getting taxed. Whatever is the nature of that component, tax also assumes the same nature. If component is investing activity, then tax also becomes investing activity. If component is financing activity, tax or TDS also will become financing activity. Like that. Is it okay, people, or any doubt, people? Same drama. We have given some advance to creditors and earned some interest also. But 1 second, hang on. Advance given to supplier is what activity? First, advance given to supplier is what activity? Operating activity. Interest earned on that advance given to supplier is what activity? Operating activity. TDS on that interest also will become operating activity. Because component is an operating activity, the TDS relating to that component also will become operating activity. Like that. The relationship is established or classification is done keeping that in mind. Can I go for last one, people? Insurance claim received against a loss of fixed asset by fire. Sorry, one asset is gone. Sale of asset is what activity? Investing activity. Here, is that asset there or gone? Gone. We did not sell it, but it went off due to fire. But we are smart and we have taken one insurance policy, and from that insurance policy we have got some money. But this money is insurance claim is related to what, sir? Fixed. Sir, fixed asset purchase or fixed asset coming in or fixed asset going out is what sort of an activity? Investing activity. So the claim that you have received towards this fixed asset also should come under extraordinary items, which we will learn it in accounting. Okay, people. Sir, this we call it as extraordinary items, which we will learn it in accounting standard 5. This no requires separate disclosure. Meaning till now in cash flow statement we used to have this format. No? Yes, here you used to show all the components here. You used to show here we used to write operating activities and all. No? This particular component has to be separately showed because it's an extraordinary items. Just give us a separate disclosure. Maybe in one problem I'll take you through how the disclosure is made. Or if you are ready to sit for another 5 minutes, I'll show you. Okay, no problem. But it so nicely that no, please beyond this don't ask. Yeah. We were also patient enough to listen to you for 5 minutes, but now we have reached our Buddha zone. Yeah. So, but in this problem, all the adjustments are good, right? No doubt.